to see the actual stream itself, which I always thought was cool. Let's see. Let's see if that come up. We got time. Not gonna have any money on tonight. Music on. With that little thing down here, that banner. All right. Just getting ready for the opening. Don't have to trade the opening. Let's see. Making sure all my stuff is working right. Let's see how. Give me a like if you can hear me. All right. Can you hear me? Wait for it to confirm. I have to wait 5-10 minutes, or either 8:30. You can measure it now, but what I would do, what I am doing, for a later trade later on, we're gonna measure all this. What else? This is Nasdaq. This is ES. You can do wick to wick. Just actually like that. Actually, top of wick to bottom of wick. It's here to here, right there. Yes, we are where the market's open. All right. So back into the stream real quick. Still can't hear the background. Goodness. All right. No, because I'm listening to the squawk in the back news. They just had a EU trade agreement. It's right here, by the way. If it bounces off here, it might be bullish, but this is where everybody's looking at. Just in case you're wondering on the ES, it's right here. If everybody's bullish, shouldn't go too much lower than that. All right, so I can hear my voice. Like I said, there's not going to be any music tonight, but I will leave it up. I will leave it up. And we're going to leave this all week, like we did last week, the week before. It's what I normally do, is I'll just trail that over to the side. Yeah, that's still that OPEN stock. Only a few brokerage accounts can trade that right now. I have a few of those, actually. I'm not going to trade it right now, though. They said oil's unchanged. We'll look at oil, too. While we wait, I want to see a bounce off of this. And then later on, we could see maybe a retest. ICT says 61. He didn't say that right now, but that's what he usually does, which would be right around here. But if not, you just wait. All right, so that is working perfectly in the background. I was checking my voice. We are going to tone down the voice. There we go. All right, so no, currently I'm not in any positions yet. No, this is just a new studio I'm using. So, just a new studio I'm using. Let's see. Maybe my little daily green line I have. This is the daily trend. This green line that we've been using all week, last week. I'll just move that up a little bit. We're going to look about 3 days behind, specifically Friday. But it's a new all-time high. Yes, I get that that was just a new all-time high. And no, I believe there's already a deal, but they're going to procrastinate it because they like to build up excitement. That's what they do. Anyway, actually, on RTY, my daughter just came into the room. I got to cook dinner too, so I'm just going to this. Well, I mean, they had like brunch, lunch, and a few other things. So, yeah, see RTY? I like RTY. Let's see how it bounced. Not quite to the 50. I'd rather see that, but that doesn't mean it has to happen. I'd rather wait. I still don't think this is bottom. This is nat gas. And yes, we do trade nat gas. That's what, the 1 hour? That's 1 hour 15 and 1 minute. Usually this is going to be on 1 minute. Why is 1 minute on the ES? That doesn't matter. We're on the new weekly opening gap. Meta earnings are coming. A few other people's earnings are coming. We'll take a look at those two later tonight. Not exactly right now. I will leave this up though, for those wanting to know. Gold. Where's gold at? Die gold. Die. All right. So we're going in here. There is a gap down there, just like off the muscle. I can see a gap down here near that fib. Hold on. What is that? Is that a gap? No, it's not a gap. I was wrong. That's the 1 hour. Yeah, if I wouldn't see anything off the 1 hour if there was a gap down there. Hold on. Gotta zoom in for that. We're looking for it to form structure. We're not trying to jump in. I mean, that would have been like a 1 minute trade. There's going to be. Ah. Okay, there, to there. Okay. Yeah, let that come back to you. It's the same old news. Although it is a new high, isn't it? And that'll be something to look forward to later. You don't have to chase it. Don't have to chase it. I should have my disclaimer up too, by the way. If you don't see my disclaimer, look for it, please. I've been doing this way too long not to have a disclaimer. Way too long. Working my way back to you, babe. All right, so it's one. Yeah, you're up 100. Dang. Yeah, that's 100 points right there, buddy. I think it could go higher, but it needs to go lower in order to go higher. That's 1 minute. This is all NASDAQ, by the way. I want to change that to NASDAQ too in a minute. Hold on. Where did we say? Right here? I want to see. I expect a bounce. I expect one. Not a big one, but just something. That's called scalping. That's called waiting to scalp. All right, let's see. Doesn't mean it doesn't go back up, but it's kind of like the market makers, and everybody's like, hey, you know, you gapped up. I was a little too hedged here, so let me out here, please. And yeah, then they're going to have to wait. Some other guys on the other end going, "Woo, woo, ha, ha, ha." We did that on ES or MES. So we're going to do that on in Q2, wick to wick. Practice some self-control here. I'm not going to use my quant. I'm just going to use a regular. Nah, I'll use because I don't believe that's the high for this week. For this whole gap range right here, we'll change the color to. Let's edit the color to. What kind of color do we want? I prefer green. I am a bull. Yeah, let's go green. Light green. How about that? And I could thickened it a little bit. In the same case for this, 50%, no matter which one you want. Spy probably got that too, more than likely. These are still September contracts. All right, so that's that. And we're just waiting. We're not going to buy this. This is too high still. Might not get it, but you know what? I'm still waiting. In the meantime, and that's, I'm waiting on time. 7:30, 8 o'clock. I want to see oil. See oil on the. This is CL. We're going to just do that one candle. That's a nice. It came back tested already. I like that. It already back tested. We're waiting on like NQ to back test, but this is already back tested. Doesn't mean that it can't again, but I like the fact we went down and it just said screw that. It did. It said screw that. Actually, I did that wrong. Hold on. It's up here. Let's see, it's right there. Yeah. See how they went back? We didn't even open up CL, but they did this within 10 minutes. Went back, tested, just bought that thing back up. So what do? We wait. Where's it going? Right here. Right here. Should I circle that? I mean, it's not going to take long for them to get there. Right there. So the trade's, I mean, they already did the trade. There'll be another one for that later, though, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to leave this open just like this for a minute, and I'll be right back. There is profit in patience, by the way. I just had to go get me a drink. It is literally over 100 degrees right now where I live. It's a little freaking hot, but we've only been open 15 minutes. But they did this within like 10, like boom, and that's market makers. They left that flat, so maybe another retest, but it would be off that, and then you'd measure again. I do like that though. Jeez, that was nice. Let's see if oil walks that wick before it comes back down to right here, though. Let's see. I want to erase this, and I'm going to start over again with this. While we still wait on that 50. The 50. The temptress is holding up very, very well. Might be 61. That's the 61 on the other side. I knew I messed up. Dang. Wait a minute. Let's see if it comes back again before it pops. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm actually measuring the inside of the Fibonacci. Go back. You don't have to do that. Just want to see how deep that is. So that hasn't even went right there yet on the 15. And I moved the fib up a little bit. In retracement theory, this would be a little bit lower actually, like there. Smooth this all over again. Start again with my fib. And it's 6-1 and some change, by the way. Do that with the 50. That'll be the 50. We'll make that the 50. Because so I moved this up to the 50, which is, you can't really see it now, can you? I'll show you again. Let's see. There was a reason why I did what I did, and I will explain it. All right, so, and we'll move that to, let's remove this too. Clear time. That's what I like about Thinkorswim. You have this, and you can do it on TradingView and a few other ones too. Transit. That's good. We'll keep it. It's not hurting anything. These are quants. 550. Let's do this accurately. Go here. Go right there. You can't go right here. The previous day's wick up and leave that gap, or you could do it like this. Really slow. Why are you saying that? Some people do, some people don't. But that's still 10 points. And we're greedy, right? We're greedy. All right, so I want to change this. We're going to edit this. I went back and I went like this. I did the fib again. The reason why I did the fib like that real quick was I'm looking at half that wick basically right here. If you see 23, 5, 4, 3, 7, 4. If we get that bounce off of here, or this doesn't matter to me. I'll tell you what matters to me for an entrance. Let's see, that's 25. Is that 25? Come on down. I should go down deeper than that. That's the wrong one. Did I? Yeah, I did. Hold on. All right. Six one. Let's see if that's a 6-1. See how it bounced off that 6-1? I just totally removed that. It shouldn't. It'd be half of that anyway. But we took that line and moved up to the 6-1, which is why you find support. I'm looking for this though, honestly. Then half of that wick right there and come down. So we're looking like 4 or 5 moves before 8:30. Scalper's paradise. Okay. But we're not in yet. Again, patience pays. Last week we went into indicators, and a lot of people, they'll say this is a bull flag. Now what it really is doing is just filling that gap a little bit. You can barely notice it on the 1 minute, but it's kind of just right there off that 61. See where it's just entering 61? This is where I'd like to see it. I'd prefer to see it down here, maybe even a little bit lower, but it's not. This is not where, yeah, it is actually. Oh, crap, they already did what I wanted them to do. They measured from here to here. That's how the algorithm on the computer did it. It's right here. This is like literally low time frame. Low time frame. How are you still bearish in this market? I just want to ask. But yeah, I'm gonna leave this up. I'm gonna be in and out. It is still over 100 degrees where I live. My goodness, and I had to cook dinner. Jeez. So I'm gonna leave this up. Like I said, I'm not gonna probably enter. Might throw a bid in. So close, so close. Come on, 50's right here, right here. It is unwilling to do that. Look at oil. It's just unwilling. I'm gonna do one thing in the background. I'm gonna see if it'll work. All right. But yeah, I'm just gonna leave them fibs up there real quick. No, the number I got for NASDAQ was actually right under 500, not all the way under 500 or anything, but it was a little bit. It was like 98, and I can't see it right here, but see how it just popped out the, didn't really pop off, but it bounced off right here. These are short trades. These are not long trades. They're not meant to be like, oh, that's the top or the bottom. And I want to see it leave a whole bunch of imbalances. I want to see it leave all kinds of stuff up here that I could be like, yeah, target later, you know? Not right this second, but target later. Preferably around 8:30. Like this. Let it be smooth. Keep it smooth right there on oil. Okay? When you come back in there, well, right about there, we'll talk to you in a minute then. And we will talk to that one in a second. I'll get us some money for the week. Let's see. And yes, it's possible to fully close. I'm not trying to be a bear, but it can happen. This is why, boys and girls, we do not chase. But we do study. We do map it out. I thought I had this whole thing shaded, but I don't. And again, you shade it, and you just carry it through the whole week. The whole area, the bottom of the wick. No, I didn't do that fib right, because that can go down there, which would bring it down to 4.8. This isn't where I want to see support. I want to see support lower, and then a nice bounce. We'll see. It's not like it's not up over 100 points right now. And I'm not suggesting short. Let's see. Come a little closer. A little closer. Come on a little closer. Don't just be doing all that. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right. For whatever reason, I am totally unable to see the chat. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. So let's see. So I'm trying to use this different, instead of Restream, I'm trying to use Rumble because I can do more. See that bounce? Should have been a little bit lower, but that's 10 points. That's 10 handles. It's right there. Remember, I measured this right here, and it's halfway between right there. It's like 44 actually. Doesn't have to go out there right this second. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time. So while we wait, while we wait, let's look at meta real quick. I'm gonna adjust this as we go too. This reports pretty much on the first of the month. Oh. filled this back here. This probably posted that somewhere on here's some for you trend line traders. Like this. It's not the height of it, by the way. Is that not perfect? You'd start here and you go down. Some people don't do it that way. There's probably somebody in my stream going, "You're doing it wrong." No, I'm not actually. Do you see how it busted out that channel? No, that's power 3. 1, 2, and then there's your 3. That would count as 3. This is now over that. So we want to see this hold. If not, we could go lower. But it's just waiting on earnings, to be honest with you. So that's meta. And I'm sure there's somebody out there. You're doing it wrong. I've been doing it 15 years like this, okay? Probably over that. I don't know. I'm old. That's all I got to say to you is I'm old, okay? How long have you been trading? Forever. What's your appetite for stress? What's your appetite for risk? Well, I haven't had a heart condition yet, but try not to get one of those. That's daily right there. Just want to check the earnings. Hold on. I had it posted somewhere. Yeah, no music tonight. Until I can figure it out. That AI stuff was pretty cool, but it was just so repetitious. I mean, we have all the big names this week, don't we? Goodness gracious. Hold on. Boeing reports, Lord. Yeah, there are a lot of reports this week. Meta's just one. Meta reports at the same time as Microsoft. My favorite Amazon's coming out Thursday. Thought it said something. Yeah, Apple and Amazon. Oh my God, that's on Thursday. UPS. That's a good one. They're a lot better than FedEx. I hate to say it. PayPal on Tuesday too. Got PayPal, Starbucks. They don't move the market like Apple and Amazon. No. Chevron reports Friday. Something Energy. Roku. Roku. Oh, read it. Oh my God, read it comes out that same day as Apple and Amazon. There are so many message boards. I had a guy who doxed me on iHub and found out that I was actually an insider of a message board at one point in time. But I'm no longer a search engine optimization. I forgot what my name was on that board. I just held a lot of shares of that penny stock. It kind of sucks. The penny stock would have made it too if they had listened to me. You're going to put me on the board of directors, but you're not going to listen to me, and then you're going to wonder why you fell. And message boards are still thriving. They are still thriving. Political, non-political. You even got ones for motorcycles and stuff. But I digress. Let's look at this on the 4-hour though. 1 year, intraday. Go back. I want to go back 30 days. Yeah, 30 days, 4 hours. Why are you doing that if it's just up? It's never just up. It's never just up. That doesn't mean I'm short. It just means never is nah. It's never just up. Up like this. Let me change the width of that real quick. Apparently more people are into me making money than they are me playing chess. I don't know. I got beat so many times in chess. I started winning at the end though. It took me a minute. It's not coming down there. We'll figure out what day it will. And it's a big move. It should consolidate. It should not be, oh, this is easy. It shouldn't be like that. Now that oil, we can go back and revisit oil. So I believe that is the trade. At least for an hour or so. That's just me. But I did like that oil chart. Oh yeah. If y'all have a stock, just let me know and I'll probably I'll draw it for you. I'll put some squiggly lines on that thing. Here we go. It's the 4 hour. See that recovery off that 4 hour though. It's not quite over here. I want to. Ooh, no, it didn't do it, did it? Not yet on that 4 hour. It's back testing right now. It's going to fill that little tiny gap right there on that 4 hour. Do you see that? That little gap to 65.36. It ain't much. Scalping. I went like this all the way down. Our fib, our opening range, is nothing compared to it. Don't just pop. You didn't hit the 50. You kind of hit the 50, and then you got tired of me talking, didn't you? Lord Jesus. Degenerates. I'm not chasing you. Sorry. Degenerates. I'm an old man. I'm going to say degenerates. Let's see. Saw y'all at the corner of my eye. That's why I got 3 different charts up. Let's see. Apparently, I have over 1,000 people watching me on stream, but I can't tell y'all what y'all are saying. I can't. Like 5 different channels. But it's cool with the bandwidth, though. I do like that. I know nothing's monetized yet. Maybe one day, I'll be selling soap or something. Dove soap. No, be like some kind of barbecue sauce, I reckon. I'd be into the barbecue sauce. I'd be like, hot damn, that's some hot pepper right there. That's some Cajun. Spicy. Let's see over here. Get that. And then you'll have that just earlier. We're at the bottom of, well, we got about 17 more minutes, bottom hour. Asia's not even open yet. They're just going to dump on Asia. They're going to wait. It's going to be like, you know, they'll buy that in Asia. It's weird because Asia was short like 2 years ago. Every night, you just look at it and say, that's Asia. That's the China market. They're dumping again. I'm not sure if they were dumping or they're just short. It was just, God. It's like, it's just, you could expect it, you know? This is the 5 minute on that. We're over on the 5 minute. See that over there. Go there. There. Test that again. That's 20% of that gap right there. We do, for later, have to mark it like that. And I said use the bottom, like normal people will use the bottom, and then they'll do their fib up here. I don't do that. Because I'm going by the previous day. I'm not going by today. So it'd be here to here. There's a new person out there that has no idea what I just said about Fibonacci. Fibonacci, the key points to Fibonacci. You look back to go forward. The Fibonacci sequence is 1, 1. You add those two. Okay, it starts off with 0. So it's like 0 plus 1. You look back. Okay, you got 1. Okay, go forward with 1. Then you look back. You have 1 plus 1. Okay, that's 2. 2 is your forward number. You're forward. You're standing there. You're 2. Well, how do I get to the next one? Add the last one, which was 1. That's 3. Now you're 3. You say, okay, well, I went from 2 to 3. How do I go forward? I add the 2. 2 plus 3. 5. Now I'm 5. How do I go forward? I look back. Add that 3. 3 plus 5 is 8. Now I'm 8. and you progress and you progress and you progress. I hope that makes sense. That's how it was explained to me by a really, really mean Ethiopian. No, he wasn't mean, but he was my college student professor. He was not a mean Ethiopian, kind of, sort of. He did like say, "You help her." I was like, "Damn, okay, I'll help her in math. Okay, I'll keep it simple." He said it just like that too, and I'm going, "Oh my god, okay, bro, don't take it so serious." I think he was frustrated with her because she didn't get it. And it's like, okay, bro, that poor girl. I don't think she ever could have gotten it. You look forward by looking backward, and that part is easy, and that is crooked. Anyway, huh? This is going to align with time, isn't it? So it just keeps moving. It's not going to move straight up. You're not going to have a pretty brush stroke in a one setting. That's rare. You can get it, break that, and go down there. Don't know. I drew that too low though, didn't I? That should actually be higher. That should be at that 50. I love the way they say 50. All right. I am going to start. I already thawed out some hamburger, so let me go get some noodles and boil them up. Gotta get spaghetti cooking. We'll be right back on the leave the stream up. Alright, so we're going to the bottom of the hour. Let's see. Yeah, to check my stream. Still working on that one stream. Wow, my puppies are fighting. Hold on. Be right back. My kids got it. They're getting fed right now and they were just having a field day. And we're going to just draw this right here. We're almost at the bottom of the hour. We said it was going to go here, didn't we? We're close to it earlier in the stream. But what are we waiting for? Time. Newsflash, you would buy higher if it does go higher. It's holding up pretty well. But it's got to consolidate a little bit too, so wait a second on that. See Apple while we wait. And I'm going to pull up. This is the 5-minute NASDAQ. See that right there? We could revisit right there again. I want to see if we do. We might not. If we go above that and then retest again by 8:30 or 7:30, then we might go back into it. Maybe we'll go into it. I'm not trading on the side, I promise. Being very patient. Going to draw this on the daily for Apple. Well, that pops a little bit. Looks like we want to fill that gap, doesn't it? What is that? 220, 225 over there. Don't mind this right here. I was trading Apple all stream along. I was trading Apple way about 3-4 weeks ago. Can't remember. Anyway, that's why I had the fibs up. But we were trading that. And this gap is held up all the way over here to there, to there. So where are we at? Still got a little bit more room. So what's your resistance? You have one here too. Now, Apple has some tariff issues. Apple has some China issues. But Apple's not going anywhere. I have an Apple. It's not going anywhere. I used to love Android, but then I got an Apple, and oh my god, I love Apple. And my Amazon owns Twitch. They do pretty good too, by the way. And they got the package deals and stuff like that. And yeah, again, I was trading it. I was trading it before that. I'm not really sure what that line's about. So I haven't traded this since I sold a little bit in May. I haven't really looked back. So I don't know what I did right here. Hold on. Alright, we're going to start at the very, very bottom. Fibs still are the fibs. That's not going to change. It's right there. And a lot of gaps at night, up and down. That's the reason why we like this. And it could keep gapping. Another stream I talked about the composites for NASDAQ and the rut for RTY and the Dow and all that other stuff. See, that's more. I don't know what I was doing right here. I know I didn't trade it this month. It would be. I even journaled this stuff down, like the stocks that I traded, not just futures, but the stocks like this, Amazon. And I don't think this would be in my bank statements, to be honest with you. I don't know what I was doing right here. Anyway, Amazon. And what do we have? Apple, Amazon, We could look at UPS real quick. I'm not. I mean, I like UPS. I use UPS. I'm more of an Amazon person. They do actually have uh, agreements between Amazon and UPS, and UPS, the United States Post Office as well. UPS handles all that stuff, but they have that union, and their union's okay. And I'm pro union. I am pro union, but Amazon doesn't have one, or do they? Somebody let me know if Amazon has one or not. I'm not sure. All I know is most of their workers are going to get replaced by robots one day, and that's why we like this right here. A lot of y'all trading out that woman, aren't you? Very quickly, for about 10 candles. That's all it is. It's not much. No, I'm not saying we're not going to go revisit here. I'm just saying I'm going to play that old classic rap song. It ain't my fault. Once we hit another all-time high. I mean, if we hit an all-time high. I didn't say that. Once we were here. See, Dow's finally doing something. That's all I like to see. All 3 6 sisters doing something, gosh darn it. And how I do my fibs is kind of different than other people's. This might not be exactly as accurate as yours, but to each his own, right? Oh, I love the way the Dow just kind of scraped it. It just went 45, 299. It's like maybe, bro, maybe. And that hit us 52, didn't it? Right there. This doesn't mean eventually we don't come back and revisit all these levels, does it? No. But we don't care, do we? No. Personally, what I believe, just my 2 cents, I believe the NASDAQ should be traded higher than the Dow. And I know that sounds crazy, but if you think about it, tech runs the world, right? So can't we just naturally assume that it should be higher than the Dow? I don't know. That's just me. Somewhere, I could tell somebody's like, this is the average true range right here, bro, and we're going to do this all night. No, you're not. You're not. I promise you, you will not. It's not even Asia session yet. This is a whole week. Plus, your end of week, even if you make a couple new highs, you're still going to get a wick that's going to be your monthly wick, and then you're going to get your new monthly wick. How does it run? Your new monthly wick doesn't actually have to be the first day. Okay, you could gap up, but you'll feel it eventually. Eventually, doesn't mean today, tomorrow, 5 months from now, or whatever it did with the yen carry trade. See how we bounced off that? I told you it's going to bounce. But that's only, well, no, that's only like 15 points. If we wait a little bit longer, we'll get something better because all it's going to do is consolidate. And the longer it consolidates, the bigger the base, the better the case. That's what we used to say back in the day. But yeah, Oil's been back testing for a little bit before Asia. But I do love what they did right here. All right, I'll be back in 1 second. Let me do the noodle thing so I can make me some spaghetti, eat some dinner, and trade Asia. Be right back. Alright, so I got the pasta cooking right now. Hamburger's already thawed out. Kids are getting rambunctious. This isn't. This is when I do the Bitcoin. It's going to be Bitcoin futures, not the blockchain one. It's the only one I'll ever trade. Although I do look at that. That's recovering nice. We're going to use that as a support, but it's got to break that again. And all I did was break this, then come back down. Ooh, yeah, Euro USD. Got to do that one later too. Hold on. I know we talked about this, possibly filling that. Didn't quite fill that yet, though, did it? This is Bitcoin opened up pretty nicely actually today. The kids are getting more excited the more they start to smell food. They're like little sharks. They're like little baby sharks. No, I'm not going to sing that. Sorry. And we discussed that too with the features. When you go features, it just tells you what kind of margin requirements that you need to have it say screw Bloomberg quantities. It's gold. We got, what is that? 1OZ gold features ETF. Don't need to trade the moves a little bit slower. This is why you don't believe the media. They hyped up cattle all the way to Wednesday. I mean, just all day Wednesday, here to here. Yes, I see us popping. Yes, I know what time it is. Let's see. Oh, don't want to do that. Here it is. We popped up too. All the way to 81 too. I think we walked that way on Euro USD. We're already walking the wick on in Q. Past this. Do you see where everybody gets on? Oh, I guess your indicator's starting to go off now. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And, and don't get me wrong, if you need one, you need one, but just don't be so codependent on it. There are people that spend good money and buy those things. And it's, I mean, you could say it's a good learning tool to have indicators. But first, you got to admit that you need help. But like I did with the parabolic SAR and Wilder's RSI and Wilder's this, that, and the third. We used to be doing that too. Oh, we can move that up, can't we? That little green liney on Euro USD, and not talking about this line. This is NASDAQ. This is Euro USD on the 15. I see what we're doing right here. We looked up, testing that real nicely. Might even feel that gap right there. Maybe down here. Feel that gap. Or when I said it, I wanted to see it leave stuff behind so I can get back in. Yeah. Then just gap up and go straight up for the week. It's not that easy. Because even if it does, like, well, this is Euro USD. Once it gets there, everybody's going to say equal highs. It's not. It really isn't. That's an all-time high. And that could take a little time to get back to. We've got some pretty big earnings coming up, too. So, we got time. I only got emojis in my kick chat. So nobody's spamming my kick. I have to do emojis now. Some of those are real people, and I don't want people to make them all kind of crazy. Let's go back to NQ. Again, I appreciate everybody who joined. I can't see all the chat. I can see some, but I can't see none. There is a delay. I am testing out the stream. Yeah, it looks like we're going higher, doesn't it? Even when we get up there. Oops, wrong one. Again, I appreciate everybody who joined. I can't see all the chat. I see some. Goes that wall. See how pretty it looks right here? And they'll say relatively equal highs. I know they will. And I'm going to leave this up again. There we go. I'm going to climb that Wickaworry. Climb it. Climb the wicked way. Climb the wicked way. It didn't backtest again right here. It did hit the 50, but it didn't backtest like backtest. That doesn't mean I had to FOMO. But I might just get me a couple micros. Hold on. Something good before I eat my spaghetti. All right. I'll put this on hold again. Do my thing. Leave this up just like we had it. All right. Oh, come on. It's only 30 more points. 30 more handles. Bears can come back and say relative equal highs. I'm just saying that. Speaking out loud. Sorry. Not trying to sway anybody's opinion. Not financial wise. But I mean, a bear should say equal high, right? I mean, that's what you'd want. Not the fact that it could like dwarf that equal high tonight, and then you could short Monday. But hey, what do I know? I've only been doing this like 20 years. But anyway, I'm gonna mute it, and still waiting on my noodles. You know how you like take the noodle, you put it on the pot, and you just kind of like split it to make sure that's soft. And yes, I am long, by the way, so I do have like a bias, but that's just me. Okay, that's just me. And no, we're not talking about a demo count. And there's nothing wrong with prop firms or demo counts. I don't want you to think that. I learned with the paper count. Okay, I was forced to do the paper count because I'm old. That was before the prop firm thing happened. It's like crypto. Crypto is not my thing, but I will short the futures, go long the futures of it just for a scalp. All right. We're only talking about what, 20 more points, less than 20 more points, and then all the bears can say equal highs, and then we'll be like, no. Then we'll say back test, then equal highs. But that's just how that works, and you have to have confidence. Uh, you have to have confidence in what you're doing. This is life changing for a lot of people. Learning how to trade, knowing how to trade, knowing what it's going to do next. I know you just did not do that. No, you still got. What are you doing? And it's not going to paint straight up or straight down. And you do have some prop firms that give you a trailing down, which is scary because trailing draw trailing drawdown, which is scary. So let's say you got in here, you're up here, but it starts to go back on you a little bit to retest that. It can actually say, well, you lost that when you really never lost that. So be careful with them. You have to research these prop firms before you get in them. I'm not affiliated with any of them. Um, and I was picking on a streamer about, how they were mentioning a prop firm every 5 minutes, but they were never telling you the why. If they're not telling you the why of why they got in, or the why of they're about to get in, like I told y'all just now, I told you the why. You'll be telling yourself, why did I get in it in the first place in the middle of a bad position? Okay? So you want to know the why first. Why something's going to happen. If this, then that sort of thing. And I'm not talking about the website. It's a really cool website. But again, not promoting the website either. And I'm not saying I won't promote a good website or a good company. I'm just not doing it now. I have a base. I mean, being who I am, I went back to a message board I haven't been in 15 years and said hi, and I had like 6 responses automatic. I knew each one of them. Some people never leave those areas. Like me, I rarely leave Vex, but I wanted to stream. I want to start talking out my trades and start just telling my experiences and what I know. And the people on that message board, they're the ones who told me about like the Baby Pips of the world, the Raging Bull of the world. I was lost on a Yahoo message board for the longest time. And Stock Picker's Son. And we're about to hit that. It's only 10 more handles. And then we'll see something. We'll see a little bit of resistance up there, but we're almost there. Yeah, because, when I first started, I bought Celsius Holdings at 70 cents. And I watched that bad boy go all the way to a penny and a half over a course of 2 years, right before 2008. And prior to 2007, all I was trading was the large cap stocks that you saw on CNBC. But now we have a lot more education. We have a lot more people out there and a lot more information. There should be a lot more traders out there than there are, to be honest with you, and just in my opinion, because there's a lot more ready, available information. I don't know which one that you might choose. I don't know which one would suit each individual out there. I'm not promoting any of them. But there is so much information out there already for free. All right, here comes a little retest. Let's see what you do. That's off the minute, but that in the 5 look 15 minute look bullish. Look at the 15. Yeah, that one looks like the depths of hell, right? No, it's just going back to check some imbalances. We are not even at 730. There should be a reaction at 732, by the way. And we're approaching it. Let's get to the 5 minute. So we have right here. Five minutes still looking good. By the way, if it looks bad, it would be down here. So like that. Everybody's like, well, that could be the start of something. Yeah, it's the start of it filling right here. Right there. But that's only momentarily. I'm not even worried about you. Alright, anyway. Let's watch and see. Maybe the market makers have had enough of me talking. Nah. Looks good to me. I want to see a retest. Cut this one with butter, didn't it? There's a whole lot to say in that one little, well, these 2 little wicks right there. Isn't it? It's a lot. 15 minutes. Well, right there too. I am going to mute it and check on my spaghetti. And I'll be right back. And by the way, I don't plan on having this down until like maybe London midnight. So we'll be trailing it up and down. This might not be the only trade that I do tonight, but yeah, you don't trade right off the bill. If you do, you got to be really, really fast, exceptionally. You got to check all three. You got to check SPY. You got to check your YM. You got to check your ES. But that's a story for a different day. I'll explain how I do that sometimes too. Projecting here a little bit. That's actually okay as long as it doesn't break way down here. Like if it breaks. Even if it does, what did we talk about right here? Being the main support. Right there. But we're okay. I think we retest that sooner than later. Alright, let me go get me some sketty. If I hear order field or something in the other room, I'll be like, damn. Alright. I shall return. I'm gonna go get me some lunch or dinner. We'll leave this up here too, by the way, just so people can look and see.
aka Hutchison Holdings, confirms that period for exclusive negotiation in a consortium has expired and remains in discussions with members of the consortium, a major strategic investor from the People's Republic of China to join, and it intends to allow such time as is required for such discussions to achieve new arrangements, and will not proceed with any transaction that does not have approval of all relevant authorities. Samsung Electronics, it wins a 22.8 trillion won order
So supper's done, and I'm going to be drawing lines and eating in my office at the same time. But I don't want to get any spaghetti on my keyboard. We're still walking the wick. Like I said, you're not in trouble until you go down here, and we haven't done that yet. We bounced off the 50 like I said I was, and this food smells delicious. So I'm going to just draw lines and be quiet while I munch because I do not talk with my mouth full. So give me a sec. And no, I never got stopped out either. That's what they call the Fibonacci pitchfork right there. Well, pitchfork is still Fibonacci to me. It drew it. I didn't. Pretty perfect, actually. And no, not affiliated with nobody, and I ain't selling nothing. Not saying I never will. Just saying I ain't seen nothing suitable, and actually I ain't pretty good on my trades. It just happens to be 97 degrees right now, and it's 7:52 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast of America. And it's relatively hot right now, and I ain't planning to go outside too much. Now I have some land that's got to use a bush hog too and stuff, and I am not. I'm not even halfway to going out doing that stuff right now in this heat. No. Oh, let me see this right here. And as we talk, this line will move up, so I don't have to keep on doing it throughout the night. Now back to. I should have made garlic bread with this for real.
some of the pre-market Australia, Japanese, and South Korean stock stories for Boss Energy. Honeymoon will continue its operational ramp up during the year, and it guides FY26 U308 production at 1.6 million pounds. Flow positive in FY26. Gold production 38.9 as 0.1 thousand ounces. Perseus Mining, June quarter gold production 121.2 thousand ounces. That's versus the previous 121.6 thousand ounces quarter on quarter. Gold sales was 100 ounces, just 17 quarter. 4.3 million tons quarter on quarter. Zubin Apu as moving on to Japan for Nuke. Q1 year on year to 37.8 billion yen. For Otsuka Holdings, company unit Otsuka Medical Device, part of its shares in Microport Scientific Corp. Renesas, company's new subsidiaries assets are to exceed 30% of Renesas equity, while Screen Holdings Q1 net fell 8.4% year on year to 16.7 billion yen. RaiseNet Corp, NEOS Holdings, will acquire a 7.17% stake in the company. Another news, Japan's ruling LDP Friday to call a general meeting to be accountable for the party's recent, according to GG. And finally for South Korea, Doosan Co. Q2 operating profit rose 6.3% year on year to 358 billion won. Kia Corp said US tariffs cost the company 786 billion. It is to cancel 345 billion won for Samsung Electronics trillion won order. While Shinhan Financial Group units Shinhan Bank Q2 operating profit rose 9% year on year to 1.5 trillion won. Woori Financial Group Q2 operating profit fell 11.7% year on year. Won. pack trade. Nikkei 225 did open with mild gains, although it has slipped into the red. Percent, and Kospi is up by 0. Kospi being lifted by Electronics, as my Samsung Electronics won a 22.8 trillion won order. As such, half.
Oh, we got outside that little pitchfork. I like the way it respected there for a second there. There's a little gap up there for everybody. We'll see later. I know they're not calling that a relative equal high. I do want to get up this high. That's when we're going to have sellers. I did get stopped out earlier though. If y'all heard that order field thing, I was playing with a demo too. I have a regular account and a demo account, so I like to back test certain things. I did alright. Let's see. I want to see something real quick. I want to make sure that the stream is working right. Because sometimes it can be funny. Hold on. I don't even have my plate and freaking synced. Hold on. Oh. Sorry about a little yawn earlier, but yeah. Oh man, everything's up. All right. Oh, yeah, it looks terrible on that 1 minute, but on the 5, it still just looks like it needs to back test right about here, maybe here. It's not 8:30. I know y'all heard the Asian news. Probably had to turn up a little bit for the Asian news. This is the 15 minute. Does that look bearish to you? No. That 1 minute looks scary though, doesn't it? And we started right here at that low at that 50. I know. That's not how you do it. I get that. Because actually, you can start right here. You do that. Certain people are real picky about that. I've been using it for years, so yeah, I'm watching my stream in the background. That way, I make sure that the stream's accurate. But yeah, apologize for that, man. The spaghetti was good. I don't always cook. I do like to cook. I'm from the South. We know how to cook. Cook well, actually. Little Omaha steak burgers. Grind that down a little bit. You take a little ragu, but you take the ragu with mushrooms, but then you use real chopped mushrooms in it. That's pretty good. All right, look at that oil. This is oil all the way on this side. Did gap up on that 8 o'clock time. Like I said, I did get stopped out because I could go back and check. I need to delete that right there. Do it the right way or not at all, huh? All right. Well, that's pretty accurate there. I told this one to get out, didn't it? That's why I moved my stop and you kept on hearing order filled about 4 or 5 times. On the demo account, the prop firm that I use, all you do is take your limit orders and you can just trail it up, which is pretty neat. Because if you don't get out on that top, which I don't consider that a relative equal high, by the way, so I might get back in, but you just trail it up, and then that's why we had that little pitchfork, the support resistance type thing. But see, people look at this as support and resistance. That's not true. It's not a straight line. Your fibs aren't even. I mean, your fibs are, but they'll sometimes go underneath and over, kind of like your VWAP. But I don't do VWAP. I don't do volume added price, whatever the hell that is. We don't do VWAP. If you do VWAP, that's fine. If you like VWAP, I'll put a VWAP bubble up. And you can get these on Thinkorswim. You can actually do these on Tradeovate too. By the way, you can write the code. I can send you the code. I can make you the code, but you can also ask Rock or any chat AI can give you the actual code to it. And a lot of people will use like I had the VWAP bubble, but they'll use that just as a talking point because if you're streaming for 6 7 hours, I guess that's why they do it. Just don't be so codependent on them, you know? Learn from them. Learn what makes them tick. Once you learn what makes them tick, you'll never need them again. I promise you. I promise you that. Only you can teach yourself that stuff. That's your value weighted average price. See, all I do, I can change I can change that price. That's what I changed in a day. I changed it by what? A little bit. See? Because it's going over a time frame. That's why time is the most important thing you can do. Wait, do 1 minute? My bad. I mean, 3 days, 15 minutes. I changed it by a penny, didn't it? Still change it. I don't care what you say. It's not as accurate as you can be just by looking at this. Like when we reach that and climb that wick, and we go above that, what was our target right here? Does it have to go above it? Nope. Just has to hit it. And there's somebody out there. You didn't do that pitchfork right. I know there's somebody out there doing that. I've been around long enough. I know. Darn it. We're just extending that. I should change the whole thing. Matter of fact, I have to change. You know what? Let's start all over again since it's right at time. Should leave some of this stuff up here, but it's gonna be relative because what's gonna happen. Let me get a one. Hold on. Do one big one. Yeah. One big frame. Remove all studies because I gotta change that all-time high anyway, which I have not. And we're close enough. We're early enough in the week. It's not gonna matter. Remember how we said this probably wasn't gonna get touched? Alright. That's the main thing I wanted to change right there. That's just 1 minute. Compared to the 15, compared to the 30. Doesn't look scary, does it? Alright. I mean, that's straight up though. Ah, let's see. I could add value to that too, but I'm not. I want to just delete this whole thing right here. It's basically the same thing we did yesterday, right? I mean, last week. We are going to remove this clear from drawing set. Yes, we want to clear this from the drawing set. We're just going to do this with this line right here, Fibonacci retracement. You can do it like that or this, it doesn't matter, but you're going to need to know two things. You're going to have the prices right. That I am stickler about. Because if you don't do that, you can really mess it up. We believe price is going to go above that, right? Some people will do the divergence above that using the Fibonacci. Remember how we measured at the beginning of the stream that one candle? The wick of the candle, not the actual candle. The wick of the candle. Let's see. Alright. And that's going to have to be changed this week, trust me. Trust me, bro. That's my trust me, bro indicator. And sometimes I'll zoom in with it. And we'll do 4, 3, 2, 1, whatever. We're not going to do all that. No. You can do it like this, though. With the fan. You do the fan, man. Fan. Because the fan will just keep going. Actually, go like that. Because it's a retracement fan. But since the fan does work and the fan is continuous, we use the fan like that. Trust me, bro. Alright. Then we'll have. That way we don't really have to touch this, do we? We're just using it as a trend line, nothing more. Not using it as the Fibonacci fan, we're just using it as a. This is a daily. That's all we're doing. Why didn't that change colors like I wanted? It's all good. Give us some girth. Make the width big. There we go. Alright. We're going to zoom in to intraday. Go back 5 days. I want to do 15. Oh, it's 10. And we'll get your 1, 2, and all that crap in a minute. Hold on. What did we discuss earlier about that 61%? What did we discuss? See how I hit here? Somebody get on my butt. If I didn't show y'all right, I'm sure. So, you actually take the lower wick, not the one we were using. What? Yeah, you don't take the one we were using. You can go all the way over here. But, this right here, edit it, edit properties, 61 instead of 50. Now I came up with the same thing they came up with, didn't I? Yep. How'd you do that? Measured the top instead of the bottom. But that's different. Yes, it's extremely different than what some people would do, and that's why I had to say that. It's extremely different than what some would have some do. That's 61. That should be down here. Let's see. So what do you do? You add 61. You know what? I'm gonna have to draw this over again. I am. 61 from the top to the bottom. like that. How's that different? X marks the spot, right? What's he doing? It's not letting me edit. Stop it. Let me edit. Let me edit. It's not letting me edit. Okay. Anyway, should have shut up right there. Let me edit all this stuff. Remove all. Yeah, remove them all. One, two, and we're gonna remove. Well, we'll leave that. That's opposite of what it should be, by the way. Somebody's like, duh. Bottom awake, top awake. And I measured that. That's what we measured to begin with. This is a little bit different. Don't mind that right there, but that's supposed to be up there. And I'm not going to be too concerned about that. So you go like this. Edit that. The quadrant one. The 63, 61. Because it's math. That's still exactly how I had it earlier. Because I measured the top to that. You see what I'm saying? I didn't measure the bottom. But when you do that bottom, like textbook tells you to, that's what you're going to come up with. And that's, look, it went under, right? But if you do the top, it's a little bit more accurate, just my opinion. That's how I do it. Everybody's a little bit different, but that's like 10 point. That's 10 handles, man. So, you know, if you don't want money, where did we discuss? It's 15 minutes. I want to do 3. No, I want to get here 3. Because we're about to test that again in a second. Hold on, 1 minute. Let's do that test here. Probably go above that. If it goes above that, that's Blue Skies. There's a song called Blue Skies that's so cool. And that makes sense because it's 8:30. Well, getting close to 8:30 now. And that's how some people measure a top. They'll look at this line right there. But that should have been over here. And technically, if you want to be real technical, that should have been straight up in the air. So don't give me all that. There are some people that are like that. That is not exactly standard deviation, by the way. There's a calculator out there. If anybody knows where the standard deviation calculator is, you could do it through Excel, right? But there's something else that I saw once, and it's somebody's Discord, and they were showing it, and it was pretty cool, and I liked it. Now I can't find the damn thing, but you use it like standard deviation. Remember, we're only using that as a trend line. That's all we're doing. We're not using it as the actual uh, fan. And yes, there's some old timers that'll get on me on some message boards about that too. I seen them do it. That ain't the way it's done. I know that ain't the way it's done. Neither is marking that Fibonacci the way you make it. But hey, we're all different, right? You love it when it stops you out. And somebody's like, well, if you used a pitchfork the way you should have, that's true. But I was in the money, so I'm good too. Plus, I have like a few more hours of this. Oh man. Do, 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 do. All right, I am going to mute this for a second.
PBOC is expected 1653. Reference rate was set at 7:14:19.
Can everybody hear the? Can everybody hear the news in the background? They only have 5 more minutes. Bears only have 5 more minutes. Let's see. Still higher lows, right? Let's see. Still higher lows. Climbing the wick. I measured that wick earlier. It's like right here to right here. Don't have it up right here now. See how CL is doing. Did we break out yet? Yep, we broke out. Let's wait for a back test and then we'll re-enter. Re-enter, excuse me. Comes in, tests right there. Pop, pop. So a little bit needs a wick on the bottom of that. Then you got a little bit of a gap right there too. There's also gaps up here need to be filled. Alright. Let me zoom into like one chart at a time. I have other charts on other monitors. I have other charts in other monitors. Let's see what SPY's opened up at. Jesus. They are degenerates, aren't they? Degenerates. The gap, the gap. It gapped and then it gapped again. It already made a, yeah, in the past 15 minutes, it already made an all time high. And if you look at ES, even though that's the future, that should already pop. Which means NASDAQ should follow. Nope, didn't do it yet. I got time on my side. Yes, I do. Alright, so that bottom with the wick. 2 more minutes. That's on the 15. Oh, man. No, I didn't want that. So I like to open multiple ones on the same pad. That way I can look. Keep my eye on something. Like Euro USD. Okay, yeah, they're popping that OPEN now. I knew they were going to do that. That meme stock. They finally went over that 60. I don't know how high they're going to get it. They need to get it over that $3 range right here. We talked about OPEN, that meme stock. They might gap it up. If they gapped it up too high, just wait for the morning. But they have gapped it up like $1 or $2 overnight. They have. They have. That's how meme stocks work. That's why you don't short meme stocks. I mean, you can, but you have to wait on it. You just don't do it all willy nilly. And if they're doing like I don't want to say a program, but if because I'm used to penny stock promotions, that could last months. Okay, so you don't want to just jump in if they're doing a program. It's not safe. But yeah, I could see $3 easy. Yeah, they're gapping that puppy up, aren't they? And by the way, I am in OPEN with a basket of other stocks. So I just wanted to check that out real quick. Where's my favorite? My little Soxel, SOXL. If Wall Street's not using that as a name, I am. Thank you. I don't care. I've been to Wall Street. Oh man, 2000 and what was it? 11 or 12? They had that whole. Yeah. Wants to get over that hump, don't you? Yeah, you got over that hump, didn't you? Look at that. Get over that hump. Come on, bud. IBM reportings weren't that bad. It's not even in the IBM. Intel is, but not. I don't think IBM's in that ETF. Here, 27, 28. Remember what it was? Yeah, that's what it was in March before it took that nosedive, $20. Everybody's calling me crazy. Why are you buying the dip? Yeah, probably because I don't trust Wall Street as much as you. You probably shouldn't trust Wall Street as much as you should. I've had plenty of friends that worked on Wall Street. Been to Manhattan several times. Come on. We are at the 8:30 mark. Climb the wall before 10. Before 10 o'clock. 9 o'clock, I feel a bull coming. Come on. Oh, poor bears have not. Let's do 3. Let's do 3. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not going to buy it down there. I'm going to buy it way up here. Okay, yeah, you do that. That's how it always is. Some people think every time they enter, it's FOMO. Oh man, I must have had FOMO. Back in 08, 09, 2010, 2011, 12, 13. Is it really FOMO if you're investing? And yes, I've actually held future contracts for weeks. Um, Not all of them though. Not all of them. Let's see, NQ. Boop, boop. Okay, I'm about to remove that fan. Now it's just getting annoying. It's daily. I didn't want daily. I don't care what it does today. I care what it does the next 4 hours, damn it. Alright, let's see. I want to be liquid in 4 hours. I don't care what it does today. Alright, so we failed to make that high, but we haven't broke this. We're not bearish. Not looking for shorts. Not yet anyway. And I do short, by the way. I want to tell you something. I tried to short at the wrong time in 2008, and that is not fun to do. Because even though it was pretty much straight down, there was some rocky moments where it would just skyrocket, come back down. So we got the 1, the 5, and the 10. And as I explained in other streams, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1 hour right there. That's your hour wick. Down below, your second. 1, 2, 3, 4. One above. Didn't quite go over right. So you definitely don't want to see under here, which I doubt we will. If it does, I'll take a short with you all the way down here. It'll probably be quick. What I think, by 10 o'clock, because we're based off time, we might actually reach above, not much, but reach above that, just to say, hi, I got you. Why? Because we didn't run away from that. If we ran away from that and then came back up to test, then I'd be like, yeah, I'm bearish. But no, I'm not looking for a short. Some people are like, yeah, I see that gap down there from 2008 when SPX hit 666, and I went to church. I went to church that week. I ain't gonna lie, I went to church that week. Yeah, you see a gap down there. They don't have to get filled. You know that, right? They don't. Okay, so last year we had the yen carry crash, right? Okay. So then we had whatever that was in April and in March. I mean, it was a correction, and you have crashes, you have corrections, and yeah, we'll get a pullback. Maybe not today, but it's highly unlikely to get those two in the same year, a crash and a correction. Much less get another correction. You know what I'm saying? You might get another crash, October. I don't think they're going to cut rates so much that it scares individuals like, what was it, 2011, 2008? No, well, 2008 was totally a different story. 2012 or 2011, I can't remember exactly which one it was. But that's when they do it too fast. And I don't think that's what we're going to get. I mean, you got to think about it like this. You know, you look at the SPX. 2008 when it hit 666. Where's it now? 15 years later. Where is it now? That's what we have to ask ourselves. You can't be a bear. You can't think like that all the time. If you're feeling bad or you're feeling, depressed or something, you're like, I'm going to short the market. That's not how the market will correct you. You do it based off logic. You don't say I'm going to short because I feel like it. The market does not feel. Algos do not feel anything. They're smarter than us. They lack emotional IQ. Having said all that, you can assume, yeah, triple top when it gets up here. You can assume that. That's not what that is. Understand and learn that, your pattern traders, hey, more power to you, bro. A true pattern trader will tell you those are measured moves. What? They're measured moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just like I did the time thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1 hour. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 hour. 1, 2. We're not done with the hour, are we? No. You could do that with 4 hours. That's 1 hour. These 4. That's 2 hours. That'll be 3, and then we'll go into the 4th hour. This is just your start of the 4th hour. It had to make a wick underneath it, didn't it? It had to make a wick underneath your hour, didn't it? That's why I said wait. Well, that's not the reason why I said wait. I didn't actually elaborate on that. That's why you're wait to see how far that wick goes. What? You're actually the wicks do the damage. Trust me and believe me. I've been in a wick a couple times in the wrong way. So you want to see how far that wick goes down. Kind of like in CL where we saw that one wick. It was like, yeah, we're gonna just close it and then bounce back. Right? Right here. We're gonna close it and bounce back. Now, see, a lot of people that do the Fibonacci would measure this up. It's a lot. And they're right. They can. But this is the entire opening range within 15 minutes, which is a lot more accurate. Where are you at now? About that. What do you wait for? The pullback. Where did it pull back? Technically, if you turn that around, that'd be 75. The body would be at about 61-ish. 1, 2, 3. That is all algo driven. Okay? That's market makers. Market maker here said, nope, not today. Well, all right, let us in. Okay. I don't care what your guru says. I don't care what your guru says. Okay. It's not how that works. That's just not how that works. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. But it is written before it is drawn on the chart. If that makes any type of sense, I hope. Explain the why. I want to get in now. Why? If you can't explain to me why you're getting in right this second, you will be asking yourself why you got into that position this very second. Sounds bearish, but it's not. It's got to be premeditated, just like the chart, just like the candles. Okay? Trust me, I have nothing to offer you other than my time and experience. That's all. All right, I am going to mute this because I am not getting paid. But I'm going to leave all this stuff up here. And I am looking for this to hit within the next hour. And I will be back again. Talk your head off even more. Hit me up with a like or, just encourage my degeneracy. It's free to encourage my degeneracy. I'm not getting paid. I'm not affiliated with any of these sites. I'm not a partner with any of these sites, but I am streaming on like 5 sites right now. I don't know. Gotta start out small. Only 5 sites for right now. And we might hit this. We break above that. All right, I am going to mute myself for a second, but I'm going to leave everything right here. How many times have we failed to break below already? Asking for a bull. Don't chase the little gray area. Don't do it.
Singapore stock stories, they are available. So for China Steel, first half pre-tax loss was 1.57 billion Taiwanese dollars versus the previous profit-free. EVA Airways company unit UNI Air is to buy 19 ATR 727-600 aircraft, so that's 19 of those aircraft from Avions de Transport Regional for 437 million US dollars. TSMC is to delay the start of operations at the Kumamoto by a year and a half to the first half Nikan Kogyo. Another Affairs Council criticized China's Taiwan Affairs Office for claiming that Taiwan's ruling party was guilty of political manipulation and that it had lost public support. Moving on, Singapore first half net 602.5 million Singapore, previous 596.9 million year on year. Raffles Medical Group first half net 32.1 million, that's versus the previous 30.6 million year on year. Revenue was 378.4 million versus the previous 365.7 million Singapore dollars year on year.
If you play the YouTube music a little bit too loud, it can copyright you. I mean, I don't have enough to be monetized anyway, but I don't want to get in trouble. But I like this little song, especially when it's an all-time high. I do like that song. It's a happy song. I don't know if y'all can hear it though. I should probably post that on. Hold on. Post it on X real quick. I do like that song though. Come on, it's so close. This is like we can go back and retest again, or we could just run every single stop that's up there for that relative equal high they thought it was. Actually, it did fail to hit higher, but it's not 10 o'clock, is it? No, it's not. It's not 10 o'clock. That's the way I feel about OPEN right now. Let's see. Oh, man. But it's not going to allow it to keep going straight up or down. It's going to have, you know, moments of waiting. The macros matter. Top of the hour in 2 minutes. Come on, NQ. RTY already joined the rally. It can do it. OPEN looking good. CL's doing real good. What did we discuss it was going to hit? Right here? And we're right there. See the reaction off of it? That means it's going to go straight back down. It's just a place that needed to be hit right here. One of the first things we marked off, right? YM hasn't even tried to come back up here yet. Not yet, anyway. Well, I turned it off because I mean it's a 10-hour saxophone. We're just back testing right now. Could be the wick of the hour. We'll see in a few minutes. Well, Nakia took a turn. Nakia's got a gap within a gap. That's their new weekly opening gap right there. It came down. It might come all the way. It could, but it bounced off this right here. What else could it be gunning for down here? Maybe. I don't think it erases all of Friday's move. Huh. Nakia, don't do it before China opens. Let's see. Go back to oil, man. Oil. Well, NQ's back testing. Seems that CL breaking out of this bottom. See what it does. I have an interest up there at 66.20. It's only about a buck. The key is going down, that's why. Plus, you just got out to your all-time high. I don't suppose we could go back here and test this before we go back up. That'll give Nikki a little bit of time to bottom a little bit. That's just the futures of Nikki. It's not the actual index. We're not looking for a reversal all the way back up to $80 in oil either. We're looking for it to break above this, and especially this, to give us that. But that right here, pretty nice structure. Path the gap was up. Trade the product, don't be the product. See that came down a little bit? I wanted to see that trend here. You're still in an uptrend within Q, but we don't have to trade the NQ. I mean, it's best to stick with one product. I know a guy who's only traded Apple like for 20 something years. I don't know how long, but that's all he'll trade is Apple. He doesn't trade futures. He doesn't trade anything else but Apple. There's a streamer. The only thing he'll really trade is SPY. He'll trade other things, but his whole thing is SPY. See how it breaks under that? But it keeps rejecting right there. See what gold is doing. Oh, the gold bulls are back. They didn't like that path down, did they? I hate gold. But they are back. Another thing, instead of GC, trade something like that, which is a lot less. I don't know if trade a way to let me trade that. Because I rarely trade gold.
And South Korea suggested tens of billions of dollars worth of shipbuilding project to the US in trade talks, according to Yonhap. That's why I said if we do a 7:14:19 on Friday.
See, some people would argue that I needed to take it all the way down to this wick, but I'm doing. That's our primary. That's our weekly. And I know a few people that argue that. It's all good. Good. Damn, we're bouncing off that, aren't we? That's a just in case scenario. It starts to breaking down. We haven't yet. Ruffles have ridges. Let's see. Oh, that's in dices still. We're not showing you my positions. That'd be crazy. Well, this is just one account. I'm trading in another account entirely. Micro. Bitcoin. That's a big gap in this. This doesn't have to get filled right now. Y'all know that, right? That doesn't have to get filled. That does not have to get filled right now. But what market makers will do is they'll leave that there and you'll try to short all freaking night. Oh man, let me try to get this. Let me try to get that. It's got to go halfway in here. No, no, it does not have to go halfway in here. Not today. It can later. Not right now. You're up over 116 handles, right? That's what that says. 114, 116, 115, whatever. It's going to change. It does not have to go down there right now. No, it can. It will, maybe, but not right this second. No, it's waiting. It already made 100 and what, 14 point move. 100. Yeah, it made over 100 handle move. It's going to consolidate and it's going to trap in as many dumb people as it can. Well, not dumb. I'm sorry. Um, retailers as possible. Yeah, did not mean to say that out loud. I need to mute my mic again. Sorry. All right, mute my mic.
billion yuan via 7-day reverse repos. Rate is maintained at 1.4%.
Reading the sentiment on X right now. There's some pretty good quotes. I'm not gonna lie. Very motivational. Yeah, it hits your symmetrical target, but your symmetrical target keeps going up. You realize that, right? It's part of a bigger time frame. I'm sorry, I'm talking to a quote somebody made. Okay. Anyway. Alright, let's see. We're in the consolidation phase after it comes down. After it comes up. This can last for another hour, actually. Look at the bodies. Believe the bodies. Don't believe me. Let's see. That's what I do. I look at the bodies. I could be listening to 10 different streams and not trade one thing because I know that's not my setup. And if I do, it's gambling. And I have to take risks only on what I know, not what everybody else knows. Now, you might know something else.
Chinese top stories now available on the headline feed. CITIC Telecom appointed Wu Jun. CK Hutchison Holdings confirmed the period of the group and the consortium has expired, and it remains in discussions with members of the consortium with a view to inviting a major strategic investors from China. While company intends to allow such time as is required for such discussions to achieve new arrangements, and it will not proceed with any transaction that does not have approval of all the
Can everybody hear the news feed?
company made final refinery and petrochemical complex in northeast China's Dalian, which will be a 200,000 barrel per day refinery. Agriculture news. China's agriculture ministry announced a plan to promote consumption of agricultural products
All
for
right.
tech and AI. Chinese Premier Li said China will help establish an international AI collaboration group and said that that benefits humanity, while he noted that global AI development is accelerating. While US Commerce Secretary Lutnick said President Trump really likes TikTok, but it has to move to US ownership. Another news, the PBOC conducted 400 billion yuan one-year MLF operations with rate was kept at 2% and injection. While yesterday they have the confines of a deal with China and are nearing a deal, and he also stated that he had many different fights with President Xi. While US and China are expected to extend the trade truce by 90 days, as a reminder, US and Chinese officials meet on Monday and Tuesday in Sweden. While China's securities regulator is measures to deepen the reform of Chinex in site of market monitoring supervision.
Come on, CL. Come on, oil. I can barely hear the news feeds myself. I think I just had too much stuff running in the background. Excuse me. I have a lot of viewers too, so it's taking up a lot of bandwidth to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 channels, which I couldn't do with Restream. I could do 5 if I upgraded, and then they'd want me to be a corporation. But honestly, I don't have that many people watching me on Twitch or Kick yet. Occasionally I do on Kick. Depends on the time, but we're not about time. We're about calling it out. We are. Come on, CL. We are about trading together. Come on, CL. You don't need to go that way. Go that way. Up. I don't know. Do what some of these streamers do. Put a little magnet up there. Do you see this? Do you see this right here? No, you're still an uptrend. I'm good. Let's see. It goes below, then above. But yeah, I'm not paid to do this. So I'm going to take as many breaks as I can. Sorry. But I'm going to leave this up here. I'm going to try to explain everything that I see. See how we got over this mess? See how we ticked above that? Ticked above that right there, right? Right above there. That's where we got to tick. Still got all this. That's fake, by the way. I'm sorry, but that's fake to me. Even if it is 15 minutes, that's fake. Come on. And see, the ES or MES is really, really weighted into the MNQ. I've traded both in real accounts and prop firms, actually. The biggest difference between a mini and a micro is when you trade it, you can't be afraid of that bid and ask on a micro because that's going to be wide. It's going to be wider than this. But the algo is not going to let it differentiate too much. It's going to let it stick together. And you can make just as well. You could do pretty good with the micro too. You don't need the mini. You know, get your confidence up in one of the prop firms or maybe a paper trade account. You can start to too. But when you enter, like say you enter right there, right? You want to be part of that way. Put your limit order right there. You don't always have to use the limit order, but you need to know where the bottom is. The reason why I say that is because you have that little, I heard taco pattern. I don't know. I think that's funny. But I've always called it a little vortex. Sometimes you will not have enough time to put a limit order in when it comes, if it pulls back fast enough or crashes, like the in carry trade. If you put a limit order into that, you would have instantly been, taken out of the market quickly. Depending on where your limit order was, because it's like how far is down. Well, the in carry, I was trying to tell some people when that happened too that night, because I had a micro and I got in and I immediately got stopped out trying to find a bid. Um, but I wasn't going to fall in love with the position. I wanted to see where exactly it went, you know. And that was a loss, but it wasn't a big loss. But yeah, the in carry was a pretty big deal, and it happened really, really rapidly. It happened very rapidly. And that's usually what happens when crashes happen. You can barely get in, barely get out. Imagine CPI on steroids when that happens, or PPI. See, I put on the 15-minute. Now it looks real slow for CL. My Euro USD. I gotta look at my Euro USD. The time is 9:30 Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast, and it is 91 degrees. Oh my God, it's still hot. Ew. It's not only hot, it's humid. Worst kind. Crawl on the wick of worry. I like that. Wick of worry. No, so far we only took 2 trades tonight. Made money on the NQ once. Not a lot. That's the thing with doing it on stream. You do it once. I think y'all heard me put the stops. Let's see. Then it just took my stops because it was right under that. And I had my stop right here. And it went. I said later. That's what you call a stop run. I'd rather get stopped out in profit and watch it run than get stopped out in a loss. Oh man. We still have that 10:30 hour. Well, 10:30. Let me see something. Are they still taking open up? I bet you they are. They're the degenerates of the degenerates. That's everybody's in open. You got hedge funds that look at stocks like that too. They don't give a crap about earnings. Did they care about GameStop's earnings? No. They did not care about GameStop's earnings or Bed Bath and Beyond earnings or anybody else's earnings. Yeah, we're coming back into that. Okay, reach back down there. Go back up. But no, meme stocks usually don't care. Now, if Kathy Woods gets in it, we all need to leave. I ain't gonna lie. Kathy Woods is just my kids out there playing a game in the other room outside my office. Their room is next to my office, so I hear my kids every now and then. That way I can keep an eye on them. Gotta keep an eye on your kids because they're always got an eye on you, right? Let's see, NQ again. So we got what? This 15. We can scope out, but it's like how I told y'all to count candles. Because you only got like two. See, that's over that. See your wick reach down, but it rejects off of that.
Some comments from South Korea Unification Ministry says North Korea reacted of the challenge in inter-Korea ties.
It's a little flat right there. Take another stab at that around 10, 10:30. And don't forget to like the stream. I would appreciate it. It would encourage me a little bit if y'all just like the stream. It is very encouraging. Yesterday I was streaming chess and was getting some likes too. Yesterday, and it's encouraging to have that. I'm not getting paid for it, so I get paid for my trades. Let's see if I can break up here real quick. And we'll see if we can't add AI music a little bit later, but right now it doesn't look like I can add my AI music, which is not copyrighted, so I don't get in trouble. I'll try this AI music again because while we wait, I'll listen to something. I want to see it break above that. Same thing with oil. Now I want to get in trouble by saying where I'm trading at, where I'm not, and where I'm in. I did call a couple, but I think the more you do that, the more likely you could get in trouble for that. So, and trust me, I've seen people do it. Seen it happen. Let's see if this works. I can sort of hear the music, but I don't know if y'all can hear the music yet. And I don't want to drown out the noise. I don't want to drown out like the news that comes on either. Well, that did not work out too well, but I want to be able to hear the news. We got about 15 more minutes till 10 o'clock on the Eastern Standard Time, and China will open soon. Kia's coming back a little bit, not much. But it does affect our market ever so slightly. All right. Got our weekly on NQ. Let's go back to CL. I want to see my CL. Trading it on my phone right now. Let's see. It didn't break. It just came back for retest. A little bit further down. Be happy. Still good. Not shorting it. Ooh. Bitcoin. I mean, yeah, short that. Just kidding. So got that and that. See, that's not the same. Where it comes up, test it. Body's right here. Wicks, it tries to hit up above it, and it doesn't, but it tried 1, 2, 3. We've only tried, what, 1, 2? This is Euro USD. We can measure that too. Again, right here. I didn't think that I actually, wait on, won't be there. Hold on, that ain't it. Yeah, gotta say that's not it. You gotta zoom in sometimes. No, it's got a little ways to go. Not much more. Let's see. Body. No, it did not body underneath. It's bodying now underneath. It didn't body right there. It gapped down. Some news we haven't heard yet. Or let me go look and see if there's any news on that. We do not live in the 1 minute time frame. But this in white is the 1 minute. This is your 5 minute. This is your 15 minute. Just started our 15 minute cycle into the top of the hour right here. We got 2 more 5s right here. Right. And I'll add your VWAP bubble to it too, but only to the 15-minute. And you can write these scripts yourself too and apply them. I don't know why that disappeared. It's all the traders, the VWAP traders. It's got to bounce off there. Okay. Does it? Hmm. Could. There and there. We need to make a wick right there. No, you're looking at going under it. Yep. I'm looking at go under it first. That's where it needs to be. For a second. I'm not shorting this. Oh no. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. I don't want it to get rid of that VWAP bubble for y'all because I know y'all like the VWAP bubble. I don't trade VWAP. That's just me. Don't take these beautiful things that I got. I love that song. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Alright. Alright, just had to check on something. I have it on my phone too. It's on quiet. Don't take. Alright. Hold on one sec. Yeah, the top of the hour. They know about that 10 o'clock, don't they? Let's see what it does. I don't like the way it left that gap there, but let's see what it does at 10 o'clock. 10:30 actually is the time around that area.
China's National Energy Administration calls for stronger oversight of energy services and urges stable peak summer demand. And also China's National Energy Administration calls for a preliminary nationwide unified power market to be established by year end.
I had to mark a few things while I did this. I know the trend line traders are like, that's not how you do it, but yes, that's how I was taught. So that's how I'm going to do it, since that's how I was taught. Sorry, sorry, not sorry. Let's see. So 10:03 is that the wick? I would like to see it go down here a little bit. I do miss my AI music. Wait 1 minute. We shall see.
And Japan's Chief Cabinet Secretary Hayashi says the US, EU, and US Japan trade deals lower uncertainty on US trade policy.
They're talking about South and North Korea and some stuff going on with Poland. I don't believe any of that unless it happens. I mean, I hope, nothing happens, but Ukraine used to actually be a part of Russia at one point in time. Let's see here. Alright, so 10:05. I'm out of my CL position. Can't hear that from my phone though. And you can see the micros raising their ask before the minis do. Oh, I know a lot of people claim to trade the minis all the time, size this, that, size that, but really that's just institutions do minis most of the time. Most of the time. But it is controlled by algos. That way you don't have a big deviation from both of them. And let's see. Yeah, I'll raise this down a little bit right now. I'll remove that. The reason why I kept it like that is because I knew that would hit. I knew that would be like a resistance area as soon as it hit. And it's close enough to the high that it needs to break above at about 10:30. That's why I mapped it out like this. If I had something like a trade of 8 or something like that, you can actually just zoom out and then do your lines. We're going to erase this. That is not the actual daily anyway. I thought I had the daily up here. Remove that drawing. And I had like 3 right here. Remove that drawing. Line 2. That's cool. We'll do it like that. I'll just leave that up here for now. Remember, I got that fan on the other one, so you take the low. And 15, that took about 45 minutes. Remember how we talked about that at the beginning of the stream? And we can revisit this whole area later. But we got some earnings like Amazon, Apple. We have all the big ones. This could just wick down, to be honest with you. And we're not in cash market. Not that that matters, actually. But we're not in cash market. And see, I don't consider this a valid trend line. Your valid trend line was the other one I had right here because it's older. And it'll connect to this around 10:30. I mean, I'm not going to sit here, and I don't think anybody else does all day and just, oh, okay, well, it's here, and oh, what? You're in downturn. That's not how that works. That's why I'm not a trend line trader because you're just constantly working those. Oh, look, it's a wedge. No, it's not what you think it is. No, it's a point, a mean. You have imbalances right here, and you even have that one down here, but that green line right there, time's running out for it to hit it. Meaning it can come back, but not right now. It can come back in cash market or London. And this is our Asian low, isn't it? Right there. That's our opening low. Asia low. See if it doesn't make another Asia low. I don't think it does. News isn't bearish enough for it to do that. We could trade that imbalance. So We got what, 20 more minutes? And when the earnings do roll around for Meta, Microsoft on Wednesday, the best way to do is play the gap afterwards. At night, we'll be here. I'll be here. And Thursday, we're going to have Amazon, Coinbase, and Apple too on Thursday. So that's the best way to play these. And that will be all next week. We have plenty of time next week. No, my CL trade didn't work out. I wish that it would tell me all the chats. See, I like Rumble because it does all the sites at one time, but it doesn't tell me. I have to go in specifically and look at chats. Let's see. Well, 1 out of 2. 50-50 trades. Not going to lie to myself. You can lie to people all you want. You can't lie to yourself. Worst lie you can tell is one you tell yourself. See. These are short-term trades. And honestly, when you talk it out or write out the trade before you actually enter, that helps a lot, actually. I write them down. I do write them down. That's May 30 news on. Nothing really scheduled tomorrow for news. Retail inventories. Consumers confidence and job openings. That's going to be at 10 a.m. though. Wednesday. GDP. Wednesday. And then you have the, oh Lord, you have the FOMC minute rate decision. Am I looking at the right thing? Initial jobs claims. Oh, gravy. Yeah. Trade after that. Don't trade before that. PCE. All that good stuff comes out at 8:30. Chicago PMI. Blah, blah, blah. Chicago PMI ain't all that great. Okay, so we have U.S. employment report, U.S. employment rate, hourly wages. AI is going to take over all the hourly wages. You're just going to have, I guess they're going to have to do a different matrix when that happens. Like, build costs. What did the AGI robot have to pay for the other one? We have something on Friday too, don't we? Yes, we do. Let's see. So yeah, we got a few things going on. It's going to be a busy week. It's going to be very, very volatile. Extremely. busy, busy week indeed. So we have a lot going on this week. So I want it. Well, can't force the market. It's going to do what it's going to want to do, but we can come pretty close. Now, if you can predict the weather, and they do predict the weather every day, no matter how hot it is right now, you can predict the charts too. See, that's what I mean that trend line. Just drop right here, right there. Everybody's different with their rectangles. I wonder how they're going to reconstruct the job numbers when AI takes over. AGI. China's lost some jobs because our AI stopped doing their AIT. So that's going to take a while to really affect the market, though. Oh, man. Now be wary of all the gaps, even if we do retest the SIRE or make a new high in the next 15 minutes. Be wary of all these gaps down here. Not the big one. Don't worry about the big one. Don't worry about that. These little ones. Because these little ones will stop you out way before that does. Not even close to bearish. Given the time, I'm not bearish. Bearish. I'm not ready to short, should I say. Hey, no, I'm not looking for short. But I know what they're doing. They're putting all these gaps down here for right now. Trying to get people to chase them. And then what do? Wick it up. Not body it, but they'll wick it up. Stop hunt. We've got another 10 minutes, guys. Bars. The bars. So I say bears with a really, really country accent. I'll be right back. We still got about 10 more minutes. I'll be right back. I swear, music. See, I trade by music, or I'll just trade by listening to somebody stream. I know most of the streams I listen to, they might talk about. They talk mainly about trading, and they're pretty good. But I'm not going to listen to somebody try to sell me a prop firm every 5 minutes. Now you could talk about your prop firm. You could talk about hey, look, this is a good prop firm, but I don't need to hear that every 5 seconds. Not every 5 seconds. And it's cool. I might even try it, but if you sound desperate, then mainly the ones I listen to that talk about prop firms actually do know how to trade, and they'll tell you the why of why they're trading. And those are the people that I listen to a little bit more. And I'm not knocking the ones that do it. I'm just saying it's how you do it. And then you have others on YouTube that will talk about the prop firm, and they won't be, how do you say, they won't be so suspect about it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, some of it's just suspect. I want to see it go over here. Honestly, just print once over here and hit this because this is going up and up until 10:30, and that's going down until 10:30. That's how I do my wedges. I know everybody's different. They're like, "Well, I'm going to draw it 20 times." That's not how I do it. That's not how I was taught. And you could, it's not the wedge you think it is. It really isn't. That's why I don't go by trends. I used to. I mean, if you check out my first YouTube video, um, back in '07 or '08, no, that could have been 2000 anyway. It's about Celsius Holdings. I did the whole cup and handle thing. There's truth to that, but those are measured moves too, by the way. And it's like more time goes by, you're like, oh, okay, that's how that worked. See, that's why I said don't trust those gaps down there just yet. I'm not saying they don't get filled, but I'm saying they're using you for fuel to go up. So yeah, no, don't do that. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop losing money. Give it to a homeless person or something, but don't say, oh, there's gaps down there, I'm going to wait. No, you don't bury a position. First one, we're liquid a lot, okay? I mean, yes, granted, I am in, some very risky stocks. And I'm not just talking about the meme stocks like Open. I'm talking about some real risky stuff that I'm not even going to mention on here. But there's two reasons why I do that. A, I know how much y'all guys getting paid to pump it. C, to B, I don't need to tell my business like that. Futures is cool, though. And that's how we'll be trading it. Oh, the Apple earnings, the Amazon earnings, Microsoft earnings, all the other stuff. And they might use, and I guarantee you they already know what those earnings are going to be. And they'll use those as leverage to whatever kind of news they have with the FOMC. And they'll use that within, whatever kind of, if we're going to, cut rates, then your earnings better be good kind of thing. You think I'm lying? That's actually a thing. See how it's going to touch that? I want it to break above that. That's why I said that's your real line right there. This is what the trend line boys want me to do that. This is what they were taught a year ago or 2 years ago or whatever it was. This right here. And you move that down a little bit. Then what happens is it breaks over, but it's not here. No, that's a longer term one. Yes, you can go all the way to the daily. Look at it climbing. Uh-huh. Not 10:30 yet, is it? Yep. Let's see. So I'm going by that one. I'm not going by this one. And I know y'all saw all this stuff and you're like, ooh, I need to short it so it'll fill. No, you can't force the market. They did away with that when the Hunt brothers cornered the nickel market, okay? They did away with that a long time ago. All right? Somebody in their stream was talking about how algos were made. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's and it was really educational. I loved it. But I was like, yeah, but then they started to improve it here, and they started to improve it there, and they started to add this, that, and the third. But yeah, I love the history of it. They were telling me about how they they were telling the stream how they were doing it. I was like very impressed. Man, I was very impressed. Crawl the wick. That whole wick. We need to crawl the wick. Not financial advice, but break the fuck out. Crawl the wick. Okay. We're almost at 10:30. Alright. Oh. See what I mean? Then you break out of that one, not that one. And yes, I am fully aware that's not how 90% of the 3% do it. But you got to remember, I'm part of that 3% too, so it's hot. Walk the wick. But see how they used the gap to trap shorts? It's kind of like throwing bait in the water. Get a little chum in the water. All the little shorty sharks are like, yeah, yeah, yeah. It doesn't materialize, does it? It's not supposed to. Once you understand that, it's half the battle. What's that, 15 minutes? Yeah, 15 minutes. I guess everybody. See, you wouldn't have been able to initially short that. Could have shorted that relative equal high, but that's not really a relative equal high now, is it? Relative equal high would have already done broke that, but have we broke this? No. You would have made money right here. What did they do? No, it's a bullish market. Don't start to cover here. Don't start to cover here because it hasn't broke down yet. So we haven't went into this, have we? We would have went into this already, right? Now is this a daily wick? See, I'm thinking it closed today. What would this be? A daily wick? I don't know. Oh, look, we're above this line at 10:30. You draw it out. You don't do that with the time all the time, okay? I don't want y'all to go, well, I'm a trend, I do trend lines and this is what happens at this particular. No, that's not how that works because there's mechanics involved. And there's some teachers like IGC, he can go into that really well of why, okay? Gee, it's going to where we said it was going to go, though, right? Took a lot of this, though, didn't it? A lot of wiki. Bear fur right there. Don't get that bear fur, bro. That bear fur will make you choke. Don't take the bear fur. And like I said, you can count those. I'm getting real southern right now because I'm hunting. You know how hunters are. So what happens after we get above this? What happens after that? All those stops here and all those stops here. And it only takes how many contracts above this line? No. Honestly, if you're short there, you had plenty of time to get out. Had 45 minutes, right? There's some people that said, oh, this is the new leg down. No, I told y'all. Don't short this. I mean, you can short it anytime, but not right now. And I've shorted trend days. And I've made profit on trend days. But I'll go into that one day on how to do that, actually. It's not that hard. Purchasing that 1032 now, huh? That expansion. Let's see. This is actually the moment of truth, okay? This is the moment of truth. Sometimes it'll pan out like that. Sometimes it won't, but you got to know when. When will it pan out like this? When won't it pan out like this? But you're going to buy that, right? You're not going to buy this. What happens right here, Bo? Did I move anything, Bo? Nah, Bo, I ain't moved nothing. All right. So we done hunted, right? What happens when one contract goes above that? Oh, look, look, Bubba, look. That's one. Everybody's gonna get ready to get short. Oh yeah, that was still high. We can no, you ain't run away from it yet, have you, Bubba? We crawled the wick. So what do we do now? Well, you consolidated for some time now, haven't you? I told y'all that wasn't the top now, didn't I? And it only took one contract above it, didn't it? It didn't take a million contracts. When the market makers know, and I'm not talking about the algo, I'm talking about the market makers. When they know where your stops are, and they know they can make money off of it, they're going to hit it. And it don't always work out like this right here, where I drew the lines right there. But that's how I was taught, and that's what happens when I was taught like that. Okay. Now I reckon you might have been taught a little bit different. I don't know, but that's how I was taught. That's why we left it there. But I drew that for y'all, and some of y'all still looking at the VWAP. I get that. Anyway, told you all that wasn't high, didn't I? Literally told y'all the time, made dinner, ate the dinner, put the dinner. Well, all right, I haven't washed the dinners, but yeah, I haven't washed yet. But I put them in the sink, and I'll get to wash them in the sink in a little bit. But I done told y'all that about 2, 3 hours ago. 10:30. That's when the bulls will come. Told y'all that. Deny it all you want. Like it. Like my stream for that. Okay. I hope I saved one person money by not shorting that. I mean, there's certain people I know that would have shorted that and made money. Okay. But you got to know when to get out. All right. So like the stream, and I appreciate it. We have so much stuff this week. If you can't make money, I feel sorry for you. We just got to go back to the starting board and learn. That's all that is. 63. There's actually a deviation from this too. But this is the 1030 expansion. It don't always expand like this either, and I'm starting to talk real country because I'm really happy, and that's how I am when I'm real happy. So I'll start to talk real redneck. Don't mind that at all, okay? Don't mind that at all. I learned that playing pool. I ain't always talk like that either. There we go. Here's our 1030 expansion, guys. You're not fading me. This is market maker stuff, okay? If you're going to try to fade something, you go look in that mirror and you fade that. Don't fade me. So anyway. Oh, man. I'm having too much fun there. Let's see. Well, I've been streaming about 4.5 hours so far. Move your stops up just a little bit. Now, some people use the standard deviation. When you hear them talk about, TP, they're almost with their price target and whatnot. What they're using is the standard deviation. You can do the same thing with fibs. There is a calculator out there. I don't know where to find that calculator, but there is a calculator you can actually do that with that. But use your stop losses. But that gave you a time, didn't it? And they all connected around the same time, didn't it? Probably should have been a little bit lower with that, like right there. Where did I start that at? I started at a time, didn't I? Started at 9 o'clock, right there. I had to do a few things on my phone just now. But yeah, move stops up. Where was our old high? Right here. So retail's going to say what? This is a support because it used to be a resistance, right? That's not entirely true. Got those gaps down there, but don't have to go down there right yet. Don't have to go down there just yet. Don't have to go down yonder just yet. But we're gonna move our stops up just a little bit, ain't we? Alright. Around the bend. Maybe I should do that whole stream. We'll go down yonder first. Turn around that corner right there. We'll make a right. Go way up there for about 10, 15. You know, you go up in the mountains, they don't use miles, they use hours. Well, it's about a 3 hour drive, it's a 2 hour drive, it's a 1 hour drive. They don't use mileage, they use hours. It'll take you a while. It's like, how you know it's 2 hours? Because you ain't going to be driving that fast around them bends up there in the mountains because those bends are really, really narrow, okay? So we're going to be cautious up here, okay? Because that was the whole high. That's where retailers are. It don't mean we go all the way down yonder, but that does mean we're going to be cautious right here. And I'll probably get my stop. I ain't worried about it. I've already made my money. It's that old song by Kenny Rogers. Got know when to hold 'em. Got know when to fold 'em. And I got stopped out. Stop me out. By the way, they'll be chasing that high all day tomorrow. But yeah. Well, they'll be chasing it. I didn't mean go back in it. I'm just saying that's the thing. I mean, we're already profitable, right? Well, if you knew it went way up there, why didn't you bet everybody's farm on that? Because then I wouldn't have a farm if I kept doing that. Now would I? Dumbass. So anyway. Oh man. That's what happened to Jesse Livermore. He got it right one time. And this is before didn't start it all algorithm. He messed up that one time. Very bad. Oh, that ego, that dopamine is a hell of a drug. We are traders. We are farmers. I ain't gonna lie, all I got is blueberry bushes. I ain't got a real farm. I know people with a real farm. I ain't got a real farm. See, the thing about the blueberry bushes is it attracts the deer. And I got the hunters that come out there and go get the deer. And I don't even live out yonder. We just own it. Oh, it's my late wife's family's property. It's really sad. If anybody knows me in real life on these channels, they'll tell you. 2019, her granddaddy died. 2020, her mama died, and she passed away in 2022. And the land just went down, down, down. And her cousins are the ones that go out there and give me the free meat when they go out there and hunt. I just pay the taxes. Jesus, that ain't gonna ever go down, is it? And I know I posted that easement up there. So we're approaching. is 10:43 p.m. And the reason why I'm telling you the time is because it lags on X. So it's 10:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, East Coast of America. I had some friends I met, they were kind of scared to go out there. They were like, "You sure we can go on your property?" I was like, "Yes, you can go on my property. Just bring me back some deer meat. That's all you gotta do." They did. They get out there so early in the morning. By the time we're done trading, they're getting ready to go out yonder. And they will sit there until the break of dawn. Do all that. I think we proved our point with these, right? So we don't need those anymore. But to see how that was more effective with time than going up under it. And that don't always, I mean, you got to know the structure and got to know we already hit an all-time high once. We're going to hit it again, but we're just pulling back. We're not running back. That makes any at all sense. I ain't trying to. And that's why we went with these trend lines, not that trend line. They're saving that for later. Maybe some New York stuff. I love New York. They don't have sweet tea up yonder. They're alright. Think about there, though. Get on a subway and everybody's so involved with just life. And they almost look like zombies. You know, they're good people. I've talked to many people from the city. I'm not talking about from like North New York, you know, like the upstate New York. But they just, yeah, they're just so involved with themselves and their daily life. They pay too much. They pay way too much for a lot of things just for convenience. Everybody's like, traffic's terrible. It wasn't as bad as I perceived it to be. If that makes any at all sense. It wasn't that bad. That's where culturally it was funny. Went up there a few times in business. Yeah, we're coming back down. Not running down. We're just coming down. Just had to make that other tie for China. Oh man. See, that's what I say. That's not. See, these people that do the resistance stuff. That's not it. That's not a support and resistance. I tell y'all that all the time. I told y'all that last week. It's not a support. It's not a real support and resistance. You can actually go back and measure this, and you can actually measure up. And what they'll do is that's how they'll say, well, you know, resistance is really here, or resistance is really there, or support's really here. They'll use that. It's just more important to trade in what's in front of you. We didn't rush off that. We didn't go in that gray area. We still could. I'm not trying to scare nobody. We still could, but it ain't going to happen right now. And I told you all that. That was used by market makers to say, okay, we can get everybody to think we're going to go fill that. No. Because when you go back to the 50% of the move, this is going to be irrelevant. That is our opening. That whole thing right there is our opening. So come New York, if it makes a new high or not, that's the 50%. That's the test. Not right now. That's just the opening structure. The opening structure leads to more traders saying, okay, well, it did this, it did that, and at 4 a.m. they'll say this, that, and third.
Reports of Samsung winning a large order, 22.8 trillion won order, so that's said to be to build chips for Tesla. So it's a multi-year deal
Oh, wow.
produce chips for Tesla.
All right, so Samsung just got a huge deal through Tesla. So let's see what Tesla's doing right now. Well, the news was right around here, but it made its move right here. Yeah, nobody knew nothing, right? Yeah, nobody knew nothing. That was this original move. What is this ticker symbol for Samsung? Because Samsung's the one who got the deal. Samsung's the one we need to watch, right? So they got Nvidia and Samsung doing it? Samsung. Jesus. Yeah, we're up after hours. Let's see. Yeah, that went up. What's that mean for semiconductors? Well, it's not really with my SOXL. It'll be in the composite. Not composite, but it'll be in the indices. Let's see. Oh, that's socks. Add an L for SOXL. Yeah. There's still a little rally in semiconductors. Let's go look at the indices on semiconductors right now, because that was a pretty big deal. See, Tesla has so many different parts to it, so they can go NVIDIA too. It's got a lot of different parts. Treasuries. I don't want treasuries. Let's start up here. Bitcoin. Let's see, bro. Alright, let's see. What's the RUT? Where's RUT? I didn't even see RUT. Market volatility. There it is. That's how we see it. Well, that should gap on that news tomorrow morning. This is all night. You're not going to see nothing in this. This is indices. But that should go up a little bit. In the morning, that should gap it. Should. Ooh. Alright, guy. You were coming down, but how far down are we planning to go here? Down here? I'm not taking a short. I already traded enough today. Already made money today. Let's see. See how the meme stock's doing again. Yeah, by putting a stop down here, I actually helped the shorts right now, and they probably got short right in here. Smart thing to do would have been getting a short right in this area. So I came back. You wait for that test. Come straight back down. I mean, wait here. It's a little bit painful, yeah. But here's where retail thought that this was support. Told you I'll watch out for that. That's more of a support than that ever was. Anyway. Yeah, we're going to all the stuff that we talked about. I say wait for 10:30. 10:30-ish. Sometimes it won't be exactly 10:30. Sometimes you won't get the expansion that you want. It's like ICT says they can't hide certain things from you, and that's one of the things they can't hide from you. Let's see. Why is it all deflected? Dude, really? Alright. Yeah, we're coming back into memes. But this is why you don't short meme stocks like OPEN. Because let me tell you something, they don't care. They know you're short. They're coming after that $3. Maybe you're not right this second, but they're coming after that $3. If it's too big of a gap at night, you know they're going to sell off during the day too, so just keep an eye on it. Like as soon as cash market opens, they'll be like, wee. First thing you'll hear them say, wee to the moon, they'll be sellers. But if there's enough buyers, then hey. Alright, so we played it to the 10:30, the Chinese Open. China. It is China. And yeah, then you have other opens. But I am going to mute this for a little bit. And we'll just watch from here. We're not trading for next. Yeah, I'm not. I might trade the midnight opening range an hour, but I don't know. Feel free to like. Feel free to subscribe. Feel free to follow. It's all free. Free. And that is one way you can support the channel and my degeneracy. Help me become a better degenerate. I don't know. Yeah. No, I'm good. And I'm going to mute this for a little bit, but I want to keep everything here. Let's check oil first before I do these. Because like I said, that wasn't the best trade I took. I take the beautiful things that I had. Yeah, I thought they were going to do that. Back test it, take my money and run. Market makers are more degens than I am. I swear they are. That's a little rough edge right here. Soup it, man. Soup it around 2 a.m. Alright. Yeah, that comes with the time. Comes with the timestamp. Alright, so I'm going to mute it for a little bit. And I'll be back in a little bit. All right. So in summary, everything we have went over in Q, made a few trades, and we have done the important parts so far. It looks like we're going to retrace this a little bit. This is our weekly opening gap. Technically, this whole thing is our weekly opening gap, and we want to see it go a little bit further. But right now, we're going to consolidate, go down a little bit. But tomorrow, we'll move this that way. If we can get down here, you see 50% of that to that is what New York wants. Well, actually, that. And then we see from there, we have a big week next week. We talked about the earnings. We looked at Meta. We looked at Meta, Apple, Amazon, and we didn't look at several others. We talked about like UPS and all those other ones. Those are the big ones. We talked about Open, OPEN. That's the meme stock. Gets you a basket. We'll go over some more later. And not just that one because there's a ton of them, but I'm trying to find ones for an audience that are over $1 that aren't. I mean, aren't dissolvable. Every company's dissolvable, but something that's not going to just dissolve as soon as I say it. You know what I mean? Um, Nothing that's going to go straight to pink sheets or worse, gray sheets or EK. So try to look for stuff like that. We could look for it together. Show you how I do it. I'll go run through RUT, not RTY, but RUT. It's the Russell Index, but there are places on the internet where you can go and look up the stock, and you can look at the finances. And not 100% on how to do that anymore, but you can look at the financials. And there's ways you actually calculate uh, earnings and all the other stuff. Doesn't matter if they have debt. Nobody cares if they have debt. It's just how much debt and who, especially who they own. Which hedge fund do they own? Because some of them are just like, you have 501s out there that are just, hey, look, I will take. That's how my buddy was, my partner was. He'll take the freaking chair out your office kind of thing if you owe money. He was not nice when it came to that. I can't really blame him when looking at his side of things. I really can't blame him for doing that. It's like you had an opportunity, we gave you money, and you screwed it up, and then they get all violent with the selling. I did. I'm just saying that's how a lot of them do. Um, don't want to see it run too deep down, but I want to see it fall that line. We'll do that line too. I did explain how I came up with my thesis on why it was going to go up and make another high. And let's see, what else did we talk about? Spaghetti. I made spaghetti. That was pretty cool. All right. So enough of that. I'm gonna wrap this up. Please follow, like, share, grow the community. I appreciate everybody listening tonight. I really do. And good night. And I'll see y'all tomorrow.